Hello, how's it going? YouTube is certainly capping those concurrents. Look at this. Every time we see a second one, it gets pushed down to 1. Pretty interesting stuff. So anyway, I won't be doing a whole lot of dialogue on this one. Not a whole lot to talk about here. However, I'm going to be doing just, you know, some fun stuff with swords, messing around with some weapons here. I have some stuff that I was already messing around with, so definitely going to be just kind of trying some stuff out and playing a little bit. And like I said, not too much narration, just kind of playing a bit, so thanks for watching. And also, you know, this is something we've been doing for a while, and we had we typically have some pretty serious trolling, so alright, now I want to go ahead and I'm just checking something here. Okay. Now you're gonna notice that this time around we're gonna have sort of the same. This will be the good sound with the FPS drops. No, it has nothing to do with the sound. Not the sound. Obviously. But I figured I would remind you just how truly bad the FPS gets at times for seemingly no reason. So, definitely I've noticed it by now. You know, just massive difference between the two, you know, differences, and also, the interesting thing, too, is, as I've stated before, if you remember when we were having the, you know, during the stream where everything was, like, a lot more solid FPS, really smooth, those instances where it was, like, freezing and stuff, again, that doesn't happen when I'm not streaming. So I will give you a really big hint. This should be like the biggest of hints of hints. The actual issue that you are seeing is, and again, I want to really reiterate to you that some of this has to do with the fact that, you know, for some reason, you know, stream software allocation is capped, but then on some instances it's not, if that makes sense to you. And then so obviously resources shouldn't be capped when hardware isn't being maxed. Doesn't make any sense, especially when it's not even close. So it doesn't make any sense. So I want to throw that out there, but the hint that I'll give you is the issue that you're actually seeing, regardless of the capped resources of the stream software sometimes. The game is very good, and it's probably one of the best ports I've seen, but the issues you're seeing is a port issue. That's what it is. That's why it looks different at various times. So, again, that should be a really big hint. But yeah, it's a port issue. And yeah, just until you would isolate, for sure, that would maintain. If that makes sense. So hence why isolation seems to fix those things, but it shouldn't I mean, technically, if you just sat here and played, like, technically speaking, if you're not playing, like, ports and stuff like that, you're just playing, like what's not a port anymore? I mean, geez, an RTS, right? So, I'm just saying, like, the issue that you're seeing, it's a port issue. Absolutely improper allocation of resources. Oh, absolutely, most definitely. It's Windows, it's this, it's that. I mean, sure, you can say, you can point the finger here, but like, again, it's not the game's fault, it's not the developer's fault, it's not the, because this is a fault of the fact that we are in this situation where everything is a port. So, you know, trying to optimize a port. You know, I mean, like, just everybody has different everything. So, you know, when you have a console, it's just it feels like though I mean, don't people need jobs, right? I mean, come on. Feels like those things could be fixed with jobs. I'm just saying. I have a bunch of stuff equipped. I have a pretty heavy load right now. Ever seen this one? So, the fun thing with this one is that you can... That's the fun thing with that one. Oh, jeez. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go... We like, I haven't been to Bonnie Village for a while. I could do that. I could do that. But I do like Templetown. We like Templetown. Let's do Templetown and go from there. Wait, look at how much this is just running like just absolute shit right now. I remember that last stream. Oh boy. Lately 60 FPS. Whole time. It is just running like shit. So the question is, why can somebody sit here while I'm streaming and really screw with me? And why can they take, why are we seeing them take advantage of, you know, like essentially like a port issue? Like, why is that a possibility? There's a lot of different parameters that if you weren't able to understand every single one on the level that you would need to understand it, you wouldn't understand what's going on. There's a lot of things happening that you can't appreciate are happening just because there's a lot of different variables in play here. It's like, it's between like 30 and 45 FPS the entire time. Right now it's 49 FPS just sitting there. And you remember that last stream, it was just 60 constantly. It's literally just like sitting between 48 and 50 FPS. And again, it's just because somebody's sitting here doing that. So why can't they do it? Yeah, you have to ask why is that possible? Why can somebody, when they know what exact, you know, whatever you're using, why can they do that? Because again, it like, you know, like, I mean, remember, the whole point is, originally, like, a while back, it was like really, really smooth, you know, like, we never even had these issues, you know, like, it was just constant, smooth, you know? And then just all of a sudden one day, you know, we had the hack, and it was just slowly but surely after that, we had the breach on stream. You know, full virus software, full Windows security, but that still happened. So the point is, there's nothing really, like, you have to realize that they're not really doing anything. They're just sitting here in silence to, again, as we've stated from the beginning, slowly but surely reduce people's opinion of PCs, you know, culture in general, just, you know, the concept of canceling things. It is terrorism. It is. But, you know, it takes enough people to realize just how, like, the scale that it's happening. So, if you remember, we made, a while back, I called out Jedi Survivor, and I made a couple of things look really bad for Microsoft, and I have been making things looking really bad for Microsoft. And so as I am sitting here playing these games that are not Microsoft, that are Japanese games or something like that, you know, on a PC, you know, and likewise when I was doing it on the Xbox, you know, the whole point was that they were trying to activate this digitally. They wanted it digitally. Interesting. Okay, I've already told you, I've already showed you the many, many times that Microsoft has sat here and attacked my streams. Somehow used YouTube's trash system to get entire streams to disappear where I, you know, just talked about Microsoft being trash and how dangerous something is. Yeah. And again, the point is that Microsoft literally does sit here and attack the competitor. We know that. We've seen evidence of that. So when we've all seen evidence of that in the past, we know that's happening in the past, and we also know that they actually hire like hackers and irresponsible young people. You know, it's pretty obvious to see, you know, kind of what's happening here. So the whole point is that, especially people that play on a PlayStation or something like that, they're trying to get to the point where they can make the PlayStation 5 look really bad. They're trying to, like, screw that up. They are? That's what they're trying to do. And they're trying to tank all PC gaming, period. Because they can't keep up with it. Because then nobody would hate their operating system and think it's trash if nobody was trying to game. So that's what they're doing. And like their console already sucks. They don't care. You have to recognize that. They're making jack squat on that, so they're trying to tank and destroy everything else for everybody. I mean, truthfully. You gotta recognize when Microsoft is sitting here, you know, hiring and possibly manipulating people to kind of do these things. I've certainly seen a lot of evidence of it, aside from just me, you know, obviously, like, other people and stuff like that, conveniently. I am missing some pretty essential incantations. And I even have the bell bearing in the shop for them, and I am still missing them. So I don't know what I did wrong, but I must have done something wrong in the class, because I don't have some pretty essential incantations. Pretty shitty. So if you'll notice, like they are trying to cause more deaths. Like it's very clear because obviously when you cause optimization issues, you're going to cause that in this game. Like we all know that. And if you remember when I played Consort Radon last time, as soon as I entered that boss battle, and this doesn't normally happen. As soon as I entered that boss battle, it was literally just my stream software tripled the amount of CPU usage it was using. And again, that doesn't normally just happen. So all that's happening is this you know, this scammer that's sitting here using Microsoft credentials, probably perhaps paid but motivated by them, is literally sitting here just like mass doing this, like causing a problem for me. So, and again, it is that same streamer that made like this mock channel of mine and started doxing all this information and stuff like that. It is still that same person. It is all just that person. So, here, give me a second. I have to check something. Yeah, because, I mean, obviously we know it doesn't act like this. It's not this bad. It's never like this. It's pretty sad. I mean, I told you that it was this easy. I told you that they were sitting here permanently breaking games. But this is pretty trash. I mean, it's just a constant. Sometimes it's even in the 30s. Right now it's 32. But if you guys remember on that last one, it was not that way. Yeah, even on the map. Here, let me just check something here. Yeah. Yeah, it's literally just a constant mistakenly using. Again, like, you see when I move the map around, it's, like, stuttering like fucking crazy. So, like, again, it's just a mistake. Like, look at that. And you guys know that doesn't happen normally. Like, how many streams have we done where that just doesn't happen normally? So, again, if you remember, now there's a different factor where I'm using the game capture. So they're just doing it through the game capture now. So if you remember, that's why I do the window capture. And so now, since I'm using the game capture, they're sitting here flooding data through that, getting all kinds of stuff to happen. Again, with the thing that's trash about what I'm using here. So the whole point that you're supposed to recognize is that that's not happening on the other thing. So what's so goddamn trash that, you know, again, the FPS is like 30. And people have complained about this, where they don't know what's happening, you know, why is my FPS 30 and stuff like that, you know, and gee, I wonder. So, again, who knows how many people in silent they're doing it to. You know what I'm saying? In silent. We'll go somewhere where it is always, forever, 60 FPS no matter what we do. Yeah. So it's not doing that here, that's for sure. See that? That's pretty interesting. I mean, it is kind of a little bit, but like it recovers here. But in those other places, they're really making it able to do that now. Interesting, huh? And remember, I said all this is a port issue. And then conveniently, as I said that, it became more of an issue. Oh wow, how fascinating, isn't it? What do I got here? What do I got? I want swords. Actually, I'm gonna grab. Where is it? I don't know where the heck it is. Do this one. Watch this, right? Watch this. Insane. Pretty cool, huh? Oh god! I need mana, I'm sorry. You can do that too. Pretty cool. What the heck? Oh, I'm done. Pretty cool. And then the other one. Pretty cool. Let's see. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else can I mess around with? This one's kind of cool. It's good without even leveling it up. This one looks cool. It's okay. I mean, it's not... It's okay. I'm sure you could, like... You would probably want to, like stack some things with this type of a weapon, I would assume, but I'm not sure. I just know by itself, it's okay. You're not... It's not like that. Yeah, it just does this. Just cool. This one is insane. This one here. This one is insane. Hold on. We'll go back. Ready? Pretty cool. That. Oh, what else we got here? What else we got here? I have this one. This one's cool. I'm sure you've all seen that one. Where do I put this? Right. Yeah, that's kind of weird that it was being like that. That's weird. That's kind of weird that it was being like that. I wonder why it was being like that. Actually, I wonder. Oh, what else we got here? That's right. Was it that one? Apparently I did something with that one. There was another one though. Where the heck did this thing go? There's one that I really like. Where the heck? Yeah, there we go. Check this shit out. How cool is that? Yeah, I think, honestly, I'll be honest with you, I think they're messing with the DLC files, like, on, like, a server level. I think they're messing with the DLC files. For it to be this bad. But that's just one... It still doesn't change the fact that it's not that way on the other stream that we did. See, that's a hammer, though. It's not a sword. Yeah, this is actually kind of cool. Even without leveling it up, it's actually not bad. You just kind of do that. It's actually a pretty quick weapon. Pretty quick one. I suppose I could have gone this way. I mean, it was actually pretty good there. Somebody is like just totally messing around. And again, it's nothing with the stream software with it this time. It's definitely just the amount of resources the game is taking instead. Yeah, they're just screwing with that instead. Like all of a sudden, it was fine there, and then it wasn't, you know? Like it just doesn't make any sense, obviously. So, there is a reason though. There is a reason they can do it. And there was a reason they were able to do it so easily initially, too. So that's cool. Obviously, we could always do this as well. This is a cool one. So this one's obviously really cool too, on decent AoE. Takes another like second or so to cast it once it finishes, but you see you can't really chain it too well, but it's pretty quick. It's not that slow. And then just the singles. Like that. Pretty cool. Oh boy. I guess I can go somewhere again where I know it's gonna fix it. Actually, it'll probably be okay here. I probably would have a hard time making it happen here. It's just absurd that, you know, again, nothing is capped, nothing is maxed, nothing, you know, not even close. And as far as like the hardware using caps too, like it's not even close. It's not literally not even close. Literally not even close. It doesn't spike. It doesn't get close. None of that. So here we go. This is pretty cool. There was actually something else that was pretty interesting. What was it? So I'm gonna try some of these. But what was it? Was it this one? Yeah, I think it was this one. Check this out. So just This is a very traditional looking Chinese style broadsword, by the way. This is how the Chinese style broadswords look. Very traditional looking Chinese style broadsword. Two-handed though, very big one. It's a two-handed one. Look at that thing. So anyway, check this out. It's awesome. It's so cool, isn't it? Oh, I'm just on a hill here. It actually does a pretty decent amount of damage. Hold on. I'm just on a hill there. I'll show you here. This is a pretty cool one. And this thing could easily be overlooked. I could see people not even thinking this, you know, like it's very plain looking. But then like you just you just do that. It's so cool. And you can just kind of keep going. You can chain it. This really doesn't take that much FP. It's really not that much. It's not bad. It's pretty sweet. So that again, that attack is called that's called horn calling and a storm is the attack. So the FP cost really isn't that bad. But yeah, it's pretty awesome. Use it on these guys here. So there you go. It's pretty sweet, isn't it? Pretty good sword. Let's see, what else do we got here? You know what? This one's really cool. Have you checked this one out yet? This one's really cool. Doesn't look like much. Like, what is this thing? And then you go like this. Yeah. Now it's cool. And it's actually pretty good too. Yeah, it's really cool. So there's that. There's one that's more for my class too that I have not. Now we discovered this recently. But there was actually another one I was messing around with too. Where's it at? It's not that one. Is it this? It's this one. It's another one that doesn't look like much. And then you do this. Pretty sweet. And it causes sleep buildup. So he'll like just... It's pretty awesome. Pretty cool. But that other one, by the way, you're probably wondering about that other cool one, right? This one is Ice Lightning Sword. So, Dragon Scale Blade, that one. Ice Lightning Sword is the ability. It's the Dragon Scale Blade. It's a katana. So it's not like an Ash of War or anything like that, it's just the ability of the weapon. It's honestly, like, really cool. So it's that one. Oh, let's see here. What else did I kind of mess around with a little bit? That I sort of know about already. There is something else in here that would slide sort of under the radar a little bit. Well, definitely not this, but we could look at this too. Doesn't slide under the radar, but definitely cool. Here, let me get back here. And we'll take a look. So this one... It's pretty cool. It's definitely a really cool sword. Alright, let me see if I can figure out the sword that I was talking about. That's the dragon scale, by the way. It's right next to the Starline sword. At least on my inventory it is. Let's see. It's on the same row anyway. Pretty much count on that if you've gotten a good bit of them. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. No, it was a sword. Yeah, it was a sword. What the heck was it? I don't know that I really leveled it up. Oh yeah, it was this one. It's another one that's very unassuming. And honestly, it's pretty good even without leveling it up. So you can, it's a double, but you can do this. It's pretty cool. You get this awesome moveset with it too. I probably should level it up. It's freaking sweet. How cool is that? So that's the ornamental straight sword. Gold tempering. That's what it's called. Gold tempering. So that's a strength dex scaling, which it's not too hard to do. So again, you just attack with it. I probably shouldn't be using that here. Incantations? Wanna hurl some boulders? Let's hurl some boulders. Yeah! Oh, one right over his freaking head. Boulders are great. Check this out. Hold on. Check this out. Watch this. Freaking boulder. You can mount too. Watch this. Down him. Yep, he'll stagger him. Awesome. No, I mean, it's still, Rock Sling's still a little better. But I mean, it not eventually. This is probably better eventually. But I don't know. It's very similar. Very similar type of thing. Because, I mean, the gravity spell, Rock Sling, you're just, like, the idea is you're ripping pieces of the ground out, so. Incantations. Incantations. Where should I go here? I'll surround with incantations. How about I go... just here, just to mess around with it. You want to see the bombshell? I haven't shown you the bombshell yet. I've been sort of sitting on it. Do you want to see the best one? All the swords that I've shown you, there's still one that I think is better. Do you want to see it? Alright, so before I do the incantations, we'll do that. It is... warning, this may blow your mind. Warning, this may actually blow your mind. Yep. This. Yep. This. So, you're probably wondering to yourself, oh man, what does this thing do? Yep. Yep. Pretty quick too. But that's insane. Here. Let's have a better look. Let's have a better look. Here we go. We'll have a better look. So there it is. Pretty simple looking sword. But holy cow, does this thing... It just took care of all of them without me even noticing. They're gone. That's insane, isn't it? Oh my god. So it doesn't one hit them. It one hits most things, and I'll be honest, I think there's some faith scaling with it, so like that's insane. But that is your sacred relic sword, Wave of Gold. So that's because it has faith scaling. That's what that's from. So you faith build people, if you're unaware of that, this thing is holy cow. This thing is holy cow. Do you want me to kind of show you a little bit? All right. All right. I guess I'll spoil it for you. Okay, here we go. Yep. That. Yep. That. Yep. Do not underestimate the sacred relic sword. This thing is seriously, holy cow. And I think they know it. I don't think that they aren't aware of it. I just think most people didn't, you know, like, I don't know, I just feel like a lot of people haven't tried this one yet. Because I haven't seen anything about it. I just sort of kind of came across it myself. I was just looking through, trying the swords and stuff. And I'm like, really? Like, jeez. That's insane. It's actually really awesome, too. It's not... It does miss sometimes. I'm actually just... I've gotten better at... Like, I've used it enough now where, like, I know how to angle it a bit. But if you notice, it does miss. So, like, it's not 100%, but it's still pretty freaking good. So there you go. If you're really struggling and you can't get anything done, that's your holy crap, that's your holy cow sword for for your faith build. If you don't know how to do anything, you're like, how do these incantations work? I don't know how anything. Just whip the sacred relic sword out and use the special ability. That's all you gotta do. Now again, this is not gonna work on everything. It's not. Don't think of this as something that I can't. For example, if I were to go here, if I were gonna go to Dragon Temple and I were to try to use it here, it just wouldn't work as well. Stuff would start jumping around. Like, it wouldn't... It's not broken. I really don't think it's broken. It just... It's just... It is really good, I will say that. But, that's your... If you don't... you don't have anything else that you can really do yet, or anything like that, I would recommend that. But yeah, again, that's... That thing is insane. I love it. Pretty cool. But I'm sure easily overlooked. And then that other one's pretty cool too. But that's just Dex and Strength. Now, as far as the incantations are concerned, this one's a little weird because when you're trying to use it on normal enemies, you have to get them. You see how you have to like get them actually over top of the flames. So, like, it's really good for like bosses and stuff and groups, but this one, like, it's really specific. Now this one's pretty good. There's just a lot of... There's some really key ones that I can't get. Like I said, I got locked out of somehow. This one's pretty good if you can just gotta be really close. these. Yeah, I mean, incantations are pretty interesting, but again, I am definitely missing some key incantations. So there's just some you won't see me be able to use. Let's see. Obviously, this one. Obviously, I was using that one a bit. Oh, I also realized that I may want to try something again, because I also realized I forgot that some of the stuff, like for example, just a heads up, like this, where is it? This one? No, this one? This one boosts invisibility sorcery. So like some of these you want to, if you're doing sorcery or something like that, and you really do want a specific stuff boosted, you can check that. But I don't know that it necessarily would, any of these other ones would necessarily be any better than your best one, for the most part. But except for some very specific ones, kind of like this, for very specific things. And then, again, like, this one's invisibility, and this one's lava. Sort of like some of these. This one boosts Giant's Flame Incantation, so technically I should probably be using that, with the Wall of Flame, but, yeah, that's a good one too, so I just figured I would say that to not forget about, because I totally just, that's just like sitting in here, it's easy not to think about it. Boosts invisibility sorcery, so just saying, just throwing that out there. So this thing's obviously absurd. I like it. This one's just so cool, though. How cool is this? How cool is this one? I just think this one's... I mean, that's just so cool. But yeah, anyway, the other thing too was, you know, don't forget that in addition to this, you have your other follow-up attack too. So don't forget about that. This is actually not a bad sword. It's actually a pretty good sword. It's actually really cool. So again, and it's the same combo. You just have to keep going with the combo. That's all. It's the same combo as this. You just have to keep going. Keep going. Don't stop. Because because then it just does that. If you just stop, it's just gonna do that. So yeah, hopefully that helps with certain things. Like, I know some things are kind of unknown. Like, obviously you have a whole thing of, you know, an inventory full of stuff where you can, like, read your, you know, like little descriptions and stuff like that, but sometimes, you know, that's sort of like between the lines stuff. So, if it helps, figured I would throw some of that stuff out there and show you some of these really cool swords. Some of the really cool, you know, just different casts that the sword have, like we were just doing. I think I got to most of the ones that I know about and sort of tried. There is another one though that I tried. Is it this one? This one's pretty cool. Have you seen this one? This one's not bad. I actually really like the sword. I think the sword looks really cool. Let's go try this one. No, obviously my Star Scourge sword, you know, that's probably gonna be my best one, other than the one I showed you. But it is fun to try these. Oh yeah, that one. Oh yeah, that one's cool. Oh my god. Yeah, that's one of the coolest ones for sure. It reminds me of America's Hammer. You know how we were using America's Hammer earlier. It reminds me of that one. This one's pretty cool for sure. Good sword too. Talked about this one already. Obviously, I already leveled it up. But let me remove this. Let me remove that. Yeah, that's better. And then hold on, let me do this right way. There we go. Follow-up to that one too. I just keep not doing it. That one, the follow-up's insane. So again, it's just like a double sword downward hit. So hold on, I'll do it on these guys. So if we come down here, if I do this, I do that. There's the follow-up. So don't forget about that stuff when you're trying out the swords and everything. You're like, oh man, this is dumb. I don't like this. Don't forget that sometimes the combo will actually have a follow-up. I think I got everything up here, actually. Should probably go... Probably should have gone on the other side, actually. I'll probably just go somewhere else. Let's go... Let's just go up here again. regardless of the ridiculousness. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. I don't even need it for these guys. So the last time too, when it was really smooth and you guys could see that like basically 60 FPS didn't really shift like at all, especially in this spot. Remember, I was like, wow, even in this spot, wow. And you see how it gets like really bad? Yeah. Well, on that one, I also had the very interesting thing. See how this continues on the map? It's crazy. The very interesting thing is that I also had my settings all the way up on stream. I had them completely all the way up. Yep, that's right. And this time they're not. They're at what they normally are. They're at what I normally optimize them for the stream. Interesting, isn't it? And there's definitively places where we go. Yeah. And so the question is why, and the question is, how is somebody sitting here? And again, there's a lot of different variables in play. It's not just at the times that they're doing what they're doing. There's also other things. It's also the port issue, I said. It's not just the person that's doing what they're doing. There's also a porting issue going on. So what do we know about porting issues? Now, again, one of the best ports I've seen. Probably the best port I've seen, if not the best port I've seen. Consider how massive this map is. It's like the biggest game, period. Aside from probably WoW. I mean, it sort of is. I forget what was number one. I'm pretty sure this was number one. There was a video I saw that measured the maps, and I'll be honest with you, sometimes they are a little bit off because things might be updated. But I'm pretty sure it is. I think though that people forget about WoW. I think they forget how large, like just end to end those continents are, and then how big each zone sometimes is. So I don't know. As far as like physically large, you know what I mean? Yeah, I would have to say, like, again, like as big as this game is, WoW has a lot of dungeons too, raids. But I mean, again, just totally different. Totally different thing. Oh man, why did I even come here? I guess to show that it's the sort of thing where it seems like it's happening more in the DLC. And I'm sure this is some things that people were complaining about with supposed quote-unquote optimizations and stuff like that. Well, I have news for you. This was a manufactured lie. This is a manufactured lie to make the competitor look really bad. Jeez. It's a shame. Okay, let's see. Wow, we had hundreds of likes on this stream and they all came off all at one time. That is fascinating. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that weird scam before. Wow, that's some fascinating stuff. Wow. I've never seen that weird scam before. That's totally fascinating. I totally haven't seen that like every stream on here for the past several years, ever since this other scamming channel declared war and started working with all these other scamming channels that scam people and steal their viewers and stuff. Yeah. How a certain channel has now started, you know, kind of like doing sort of what I used to do and stuff like that. You know, like you can really tell like who actually did it when basically they seemingly started adapting like pretty much everything I was doing on my channel when they were like some raging lunatic before. So, you know what I mean? And then what they're doing is sitting here causing parameters where, you know, obviously, you know, bit rate and things like that, it would look like that here, you know. You know, sort of like what we saw, going on that channel for a long time. And then, you know, they just sort of kind of seemingly, kind of started stealing, everything I was doing. Yeah, just like literally everything. Not even like acting like himself anymore. Just like literally flipping that shit a complete 180. You know what I mean? He's not trashing anything anymore. He's just typing it in the title. Sitting there like being all nice. And... oh yeah, like it's totally different now. It's pretty interesting. Pretty fascinating stuff. Let's see. Maybe I'll go back to this spot. This is a pretty good spot up here. Could go to Morph. Let's go to Morph. Let's do that. See how it just sort of stops happening all of a sudden, and a lot of times the coincidences are it's when I stop talking and stuff. Interesting, isn't it? I'll be right back. Excuse me, I had to clear my throat. I'll be right back. So we've been obviously talking about Consort Radon a lot lately, and you know, I really wish, as much as I like him, I really wish that he was a beatable boss, that you didn't need to do all these things. And then the people that know how to do it, I really wish they wouldn't act like it was easy, you know? Because the annoying thing is, because of this weird dynamic, it confuses the developers. And I genuinely believe that the last, you know, the things that they did to the Mimic and stuff like that, I genuinely believe that was a mistake, nerfing the Mimic, because Astrologer class, man, you're just missing a huge mechanic there that you would normally, you know, just have. But then again, at the same time, like all these like glitches and stuff where people can kind of glitch him out and kind of like glitch him out to get past him. Well, they've been kind of fixing those things lately. And even the one where you know, you go in with the statue and stuff like that, he doesn't get stuck in the stairs anymore. So first of all, they fixed the glitch where he gets stuck in the stairs. That doesn't happen at all. He literally just shows up on top of the stairs, like he should. I think that was just always a glitch they never fixed. And so they finally fixed it. And you like, again, there's all these videos, everybody like talking about how you can do that. You physically just can't do it. And anymore, if you use the statue and stuff like that, it doesn't matter what happens. The moment that you enter stage 2, if you're as the statue or something like that, even if you would have unseen form and all that active and stuff like that, the moment that he takes damage, he sees where you are, regardless of whether you're a statue or not. They actually fixed this, unfortunately. And so that's actually a lot of the issue, is that not only did I went and did the class that they nerfed the crap out of, but I flat out am reaching Consort Radon at a point where they fixed all of these things that all these other people that are even really good at the game use to get past him. Like, I'm talking really, really good players use these things to get past him. And there's even a news article, a real news article about how hard he is compared to the rest of the game and even any other boss in the game. An actual, like, real news, not a gaming article, like a news article. Like, the press covered the fact that it's pretty interesting. It was I don't know if it was Forbes. I feel like it could have been Forbes. You're just covering the fact that he's not even like the rest of the game at all. And you guys know, like, I love the game. I gave it a really, really good rating, you know. But you know, for me, that was a good bit of why I had deducted what I did from the DLC as far as, like, rating the DLC is concerned, was actually because of him. Because it's not enjoyable. Like, he's so cool, and then he just... It's beyond what you'd even call hard. Like, it's beyond extreme, it's beyond... Yeah. You get the point. So, you know, as much as I like him, he's great, he's cool. He's really cool. His just his scaling, his damage, and it's really mainly that. Yes, he has a lot of health, but if he didn't do so much damage, he'd be manageable. Like, you pretty much have to do well, glitch him. But other than that, you pretty much have to go tank, or you have to spend about, you know, a good 30 seconds before walking in the door, doing, you know, buff after buff after buff, you know, that sort of thing. And that's just absurd. And some of this stuff, you can only use a certain amount of time. It's insane. It's beyond... Again, you guys know I'm not afraid of a challenge here. Obviously, I've been playing the game continuously. I haven't stopped, regardless of how hard the bosses were. I eventually got them all, except for him. And again, other people that I'd even call pro streamers agree with that. People I would call pro streamers agree with that. Again, that's based on, like, even like a news article that agrees with that. And truthfully, I have to honestly grade the DLC much lower for that reason, because you can't beat it. It's unbeatable to a good percentage of people. A good percentage of people will not be able to complete the DLC, and it's really disappointing. By the way, if you guys remember that sword that I had that did the really fast Ashes of War, the blood tax, there is a... I'll just do this one. I don't think I can use the Ashes of War at the moment. That thing is coming for me, so I may have to... Yeah, never mind. What I was gonna say is I can't use it because I need a higher faith, so it's for faith build. But if you're doing faith build and you want that blood tax thing, there's actually like, where is it? It's like a little bouquet. It looks like a bouquet of flowers. It's in here somewhere. I'm probably going past it like 8 billion times. I think it's so stupid that they don't have a search feature. They have all these weapons, but they don't have a search feature. Well, I probably went past it, and you guys probably saw it a million times, but I am not going past it 5 more times just to not find it. It's in there somewhere. It really is really stupid that have a weapon list that long without a search feature. Or a short buy. Alright, probably gonna stop the stream. Guys, thanks for watching. Appreciate that.